And Modern, there was actually a deck idea that I was thinking about and that I thought was quite interesting. Can look at this list. You can tell me if it's powerful or not. But I was thinking about Chalice of the Void decks and how Chalice of the Void seems to be quite poggers to play, but the Razitron is shit. But nowadays you actually get to play cheap interaction times 8 with Chalice of the Void, which sounds quite interesting to me. I see you have added counter spells to your blue-eyed list. Well played. So we are copying every aspiring deck now. I don't know about aspiring spike decks, but you know, I know it's a control deck. You know, for the most part, it just does look like control decks. Yeah, but I wanted to try Charge with the Void in control. Has aspiring spike already patented putting Charge with the Void in control decks? Let me check. Otherwise, we would need to find something else to do to avoid a lawsuit. I don't see anything like that in the boards. Did you review Sphere of Annihilation? No. I think it's a 1 out of 5. Also, I can play Grand McDonald's music right now. If you can cut a few blue symbols, you might be able to play Urza Saga in this deck, might be worth it. I don't want to play Urza Saga alongside Chalice of the Void, which makes me not want to play 1-drops and 0-drops, right? Mike played this. Stoneforge. Well, this is the same idea of playing Chalice of the Void, but with Prismatic Ending as your removal. Which I have arrived at independently. 3 Stoneforge Mystic? One week ago. Yeah, but I think Salted is pretty huge too here because it lets you drop Chalice, interact with a creature that was already in play. I think rest in peace between pitching to Solitude and just how good it is. It could be playable main deck. And also like Teferi, I think is quite powerful. But the problem is that it dies to Unholy Heat. But in this deck list, does it really die to Unholy Heat, right? It doesn't, right? Because you have plentiful of ways to protect itself from Holy Heat. You might have trouble with sideboarding maybe, if you would need to sideboard out creature removal and chalices, then we probably need to keep this prismatic endings and use solitudes too, depending on what exactly we've got access to. How much we couldn't sideboard, but we're going to see. Yeah, I would think Teferi would see more play with Counterspell. Well, the big problem of Teferi is that it dies to the red, you know, that red decks have a 1 mana removal spell for a Planeswalker, which is really cringe. With 100 chase, you would want 5 Planeswalkers. This 4-time traveler too many. I wanted white cards to pitch to Solitude. That was my idea. We're gonna try different moves with this deck too. I like to play more Tefaris because they also pitch to Solitude than Jaces. But that's obviously like in there. I could play like two Jace to Teferi of the same thing really. Also put 26 lands in this deck with 3 Vantresses because I can't play Opts, so I'm going to flood, so I wanted to be able to hardcast this and this quite reasonably, and I wanted to do stuff too. Sanctifier on the deck wouldn't be better than Rest in Peace, at least it does always something. I was thinking about it. This is actually a Kahira deck too. This feels more like a middle finger to Cascade decks than a real deck. Yeah, this is gonna be really good against Cascade decks too. We're gonna get the wins. If Teferi is so bad versus Unholy Heat, is there a win can just blanks the card? Well, Chalice of the Void and Rest in Peace do mean that Teferi is not bad against Unholy Heat anymore. So before I get asked the same question 7,000 more times, I will just join a league with this deck and see if it actually does anything, because I think it could. And I'm going to grab something to drink, and that something is going to be fuel, meal maybe, or water. I'm going to decide. Way back in few minutes, chat. Well, we actually start playing. Kevin Spacey. Welcome back, Kevin Spacey. No, Kevin. Bobsy, thank you for the tier 1 sub gifted. And let's try this deck. We have 0 trophies. Maybe we can become a trophy leader today if we get 3 in a row. I choose my comrade. 0 trophies for a scrap soon. Hey, dude, thank you for the sub. Okay, we play against a Lurus deck. And everything is coming together, right? They cannot play a turn 1 creature in their Lurus deck. We're gonna be able to chalice on 1 and kill their turn 1 creature, Agavan. And then hold up Archmage's Charm. And easily win, right? Eventually winning with the Planeswalker. So works pretty well on the play. Oh, it's Hammer, I guess. That's good too. It's pretty good against Hammer. And not having to spend this, pretty good. Swiftfoot Boots. Very interesting. Can play the Boots, that's okay. We can also play Urza Saga as a way to sidestep the Chalice, so this card we are a bit weak to game 1. Plating, sure. Giving Ornithopter Haste is nice. If it has extra points of power granted, then yeah, I guess. Can also always grab Kahira to have an extra white card for Solitude, but for the most part we don't really want to. It's a bit of an odd hammer as they have Swiftfoot Boots and Cranial Plating. I haven't seen those 2 cards since MH2 in the hammer list. Incidentally, they line up well against Chalice, I guess, but I didn't draw any sagas, so that's good. The Chalice had won the Sunday Challenge with those equipments, okay. Same person, I see. What are you drinking today? I'm drinking the thing, the Huel thing that is sponsoring me right now. I think I draw 2. Why is this Prison Control? Seems straight up control? Well, I have Chalice. I have prismatic endings, so like I just would rather draw 2 to keep the cards coming. Like this is 4 power. I would like to prismatically end the cranial plating if we draw that rather than the boots even. Ooh, perfect timing for the Mishra's bubble. If we counter, we may have better positioning to resolve the Tefari, but I think we're fine. Oops, maybe we're not fine. Time Ravela. I think Time Raveler abounds the plating. Sounds attractive. We drew the Prismatic Ending, which you can't cast just yet, but we will be able to cast it later. But if my opponent wants to kill that Tefari, that costs him at least 2 mana. Kaneki, Crucible of Words plus Field of Ruin plus Ghostwave plus Urza Saga sound good? Yeah, you can build a deck around this. I don't know if it sounds good though. Mordo Kahira to scam. Kahira gets better when I have Solitudes in my deck because it's a white card to grab to pitch. Which I think does come up. At least it came up in Elementals. Fairly often, I would say. Okay, then playing a Saga is a bit problematic because we could play the Tefari. Tefari 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Get name zeros, which we will. Don't want to Chalice 0 drops. Doesn't X equals to log in pretty hard? It locks my cards too, and then they, you know, they have this. Thank you for subscribing, Psychonaut. It's very nice of you. Yeah, exactly. Well said, well said. Maybe it would have been better if I countered the Swiftwood's Boots first opportunity. So you can exile the Boots, play Chalice on 0, have the counter spell, are gonna have a Plating and Ornithopter, which we're gonna be aiming to Produce the Boots and Soul to the Thopter. That sounds like the worst play I could make. I don't want to go very low, very low on cards. Don't want to ditch the Tefari. Put the Tefari and use Soul to exile the token, is that reasonable? What? Can't you flash and start it to block? This is a flyer, chat. If we exile plating and not the boots, then we're gonna be struggling against the constructs a bit. Maybe not enough. Yeah, I think I agree with you. I think I'm going to do this. I'm going to do the play where I'll grab an island again, so I probably should have not fetched Kahira and exile the boots, because I don't want to be holding back the counter spell now, and then you can play the Variant Blast with Solitude and counter spell. Lurus is far away, the counter spell is like idly trading for Lurus. They are mostly Chalice, they only have 2 drops in Lurus available, and more Sagas and more Ink Moths. But next time we're gonna have Tefari, draw a card, Stoneforge Mystic. Okay, that's the card they could have grabbed too. I didn't see the list that won the challenge, so I guess I'm gonna take a look at that. Reveal Shadow Spear, that's fine. And 1 Boots, 1 Plating, 1 Shadow Spear, 2 Mantle. 4 Paladin, 4 Stoneforges, Lurus, yeah, makes sense. Cani, it's Lulurus, like Spanish. Okay. I guess I can use Stoneforge to put equipment into play, which is a bit rough. So I'm kind of getting soloed by land, which is like the domain of blue-white control nowadays. Because like they play this and I'm sitting there and it's like, yeah, it's all fine, right? Ha 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 ha. Haha, it's not like I'm super struggling against this Urza saga, ha ha ha. You can draw your Raptor code. I think playing the Teferi and drawing is necessary for a success to find a verdict. Sure. And we'll see what they're gonna find. Did they have a main deck needle? They had no main deck needle, they had the boots instead. Chalice with the Void, the strongest card is land. Well, out of my opponent's deck, yeah. Don El Hamero, okay. Well, this is kind of problematic. They need to direct everything at the Tefari. They need to direct both big ones at the Tefari though, under Saga. Monka Saga. It's more like counterspell when the strongest card is with a Saga. The Chalice is actually doing some decent work here, I presume. You let my Teferi live. I'll make this survive and try to draw... Verdict. Too little APM to block indeed, yeah. Even if we try a Verdict, they still have the, you know, other Saga and 2 Ink Moths, so that's a bit problematic, but... I believe. Okay. Oh, we can keep the Verdict this turn though. Kashi not realizing he still has to beat 2 Ink Moths. No, okay, it's no problem. Well, it's not instant yet. Let's see if they kill my Teferi. We'll lube it up. How is the interaction between planes, walkers, and infect creatures? I just take damage. Instant draft, I didn't plus my Teferi shot, I minus my Teferi. If I minus my Teferi, I can't cast instant speed drafts. But if it lives, which it probably won't, I will be able to. It seems like I'm still keeping a counterspell in my hand. I probably would have been better off had I... Had I used a counterspell on Cranial Planting area, would have been better for me. Or the boots. I could have used it on the boots, actually. So yeah, I probably should have used a counterspell on the boots, and then I wouldn't have a still unused counterspell in my hand. And I would have had an Archmage's Charm like that in draw 2. Which obviously the game would have went different because things, but being able to use the Archmage's Charm to steal, I think, instead of having a dead counterspell would be better. Are you going to play humans again soon? Will be interesting seeing it with your thoughts. I don't think humans is very super positioned, but maybe I'll play it, I don't know. Not using the Saga? Mm-hmm. Five, six, seven. Sure, can attack. Seal equipped Ink Moth. Let's see if they attack Teferi with it. I can't seal the Ink Moth though. Yeah, lethal danger poison. They can activate the ink mob again to make this +1 and this +1. It's actually possible that I might need to prioritize the Fairy Time Raveler over Hero of Dominaria. It's a bit awkward. It's very awkward actually. Maybe Steel before attacks was better. It was kind of the same, like. I guess it would save both my planeswalkers. For sure. I guess it was better, probably. It would hit me for a lot of things, but then I would keep my Teferi. Yeah, that would be better than like Mage's Charm. Because we are gonna struggle against the Ink Moths now. There's 3 Ink Moths. Monka S. You would have had a 3-3. Yeah, I mean, the 3-3 doesn't help against Ink Moths, so. It's kinda. Doesn't do much, right? Against triple Ink Moth, you would need to draw. Well, I'm hoping that they're gonna activate at least one here. They kinda need to. Yeah, they need to activate at least one. Well, we can also drag Shop Verdicts. We have Teferi. Bedroom Eyes. Because equip an attack, yeah, I mean, they're doing that, right? But then I have Ardenville. It's a bit weird. Because I could. Yeah, I guess a verdict. Then you have to beat the 2 Ink Moths. So you need to draw a Solitude. And another one Solitude too, or a Verdict. Ideally a Verdict. Or a Prismatic and then Solitudes. Just like then plus, play Solitude, Excel 1, kill this, then well, they can also just equip only one, so just a Solitude should be good enough. Unless we attack Teferi, then we can use Teferi to bounce the Solitude, replace Solitude. I was informed 5 minutes ago, Ink Moth is an issue, so I wouldn't worry. Yeah, it was no trouble, but they drew more. Can you seal Nexus before attacks? No, because they land. Can seal lands. Oh, Solitude. Under Solitude, that's kinda progress. Okay, I think we got it. I think they're gonna be on a no outs soon. Unless they have a 4th Ink Moth. Or an extra Saga, I guess, so they can draw their powerful lands. They play the clearing this turn though. I got stressed, I thought I'm gonna lose this. It was pretty close. But also, I think a mistake has been made earlier in the game. Bullet taxi. The fairy bounce to Solitude is kind of bogus late game to stabilize against creatures. I wish I could evoke Solitude and then bounce bounce Solitude with the fairy really quickly. Unfortunately, it seems like it's not a legal play for the most part. How'd you rate Solitude? 4 out of 5. Do you speak Portuguese too? No. Yeah, maybe 2 years ago I'd be able to bounce Solitude mid evoke, but nowadays too slow. Well, the Tefari's abilities should help you with this, right? Because it helps you like time travel. How'd you rate DRC? 4 out of 5. Could have been a 5, probably should have. How do you rate these? These what? It's a Portuguese song, it's in French. Wait. It's not French. Is it French? Same rating as Man White Sorcery, that's true. It doesn't sound French after listening to it. I could understand a word and I do. Why don't you block before? Before what? One of the reasons could be that my creatures don't fly and my opponent's creatures do fly, which is a pretty big problem blocking wise. But it also could have been for any other reason really. Alright, we're gonna be better against Saga Passport with 3 of those. Counterspell is bad, Rest in Peace is bad. I wonder if I want Solitude to have flyers. Maybe over Cryptic too, like Solitudes. Good morning, listeners, Reshidma. Don't think I'm interested in this. Ash against Saga and Gift. I think Ashok is one of the worst cards you could board in against Hammer. Rest in PS good versus Lurus? I wouldn't say good. They still have a creature that's like meaningful. Zero Power is very interesting. I'm playing a Chalice of the Void deck, right? So I don't want to be playing 1-drops. This is a hand we keep on the draw. Probably isn't. Yeah, the Supreme Verdict. You can pitch Subtlety, you can like Bounce Saga, then pretty bad. Only counter spell on turn 2. On the draw to interact. I'll keep. Pretty bad keep, not sure. Because we don't have Chalice either, they lead on Saga. Could subtlety the Mem Knight, but I think that would be a losing move. Even though it produces them with the mana. I'm actually maybe I could have. Maybe I should have. Because that lets them use the Saga, so it actually is like subtleting a construct. But they could have had on their 0 drops, so that's way too bad to actually do. The other one, Saga, is kinda cheat. Kinda want to take their mantle over the Mem Knight. That gives them -1 construct. And the Mem Knight is going to eventually die to Supreme Verdict. They play a creature, we can definitely purge Counterspell to Subtlety for a tempo, and actually looks decent. It's game 3, it's game 2. And we really need to draw a land though. Got a bubble. Swift Foot Beats. Okay. That's fine. So if we draw a land, we're okay. If we don't, we lose on the spot. Good. Maybe I steal a construct. Bouncing the construct seems so attractive too. They're gonna kill the Teferi, that's okay. Steal the constructs gives me 1/1. Teferi digs towards the land. Yeah, I think I like Teferi digs because it digs towards the lands. Good, good. It's fucking coming. Value is coming. I don't think yet, they just have 2 power. Could grab Kahira. What's the could do to me? They play plating, equip, +3 damage. A Solitude in case of something going badly with the Kahira. Then we have the Solitude Kahira for the afterwards. But I think I would like to counter the plating. Or if they don't play, then I would like to draw 2 with charm. Fly me to the moon. One, they just use Mystic for plating. They actually could, but then I'd draw 2. Lol. What's the present part of this deck? I have 4 chalices in my deck. Come on, chat. That's a bit awkward. Are they playing multiple Paradise Mantle? They have 2, yeah. Still have their comrade too. What do I subtlety here? Then that forces them to overextend, and they don't get the equipment right now. Because we have a blocker for those. On top. Hmm? This is the best choice has ever been in Modern 8 and still sucks? Yeah. That's a huge pain actually. They run 0 Springleaf drums? That's actually weird. To me at least. Can only get hammers, which don't seem super impactful for them right now. Is he trying to read that bad? It is, yeah. Vivon, Zolul. But it's the person that won the challenge indeed. This is an interesting milk card because it's milk cards. It did say that, yeah. I mean, also, is it untrue? It is the review of the new mill card, yeah. It is not in fact even milling cards, that is also true. It doesn't have the keyword, ability word mill on it. Doesn't actually say that. Alright, see chat, blue-white control. With Chalice. Broken. Also got a retweet from Japanese, which when translated says, "Oh, uncle who loves modern control," which the word choice uncle seems interesting. Wonder what's this translated from. Meals a keyword action, okay. Triple Chalice is a lot of Chalice, and my point doesn't have Lurrus as their comrade. No force of negation? Yes, force of negation, it is in my deck. The Japanese word for uncle is just a word for middle-aged man or someone older than the writer, I see. Would you describe this deck as aggro control of light prison elements? What's the source of this joke, I guess? TV tweet. Looks like a deck where Chalice for 0 is acceptable. I don't think I want to excel a Spring Leaf Dram though, although it does can like decelerate a Frogmite. Can they replay Frogmite on next turn? Not... Yeah, they could if I... Plating. Well, Frogmite is coming. Also the combination of chat going turn 1 Chalice. Going turn 1 Chalice. Going turn 2 Chalice on 1 and then bouncing their 1-drop with Teferi, right? That's so that's just boggers. This card though. Kinda Monka. This card too, Monka. That is actually kinda Chalice resistant. Fuck. Oops. Saga strikes again. What is your background? Why is that goblin so well endowed? I mean, some just are, right? I didn't put any fields of ruination to my deck because I didn't think I could possibly support them. But in spots like this, I wish. Nice, Emery. Giddy up, go. UPIA, UPIA. Get you in the hay. Giddy up, go. Giddy up, go. Cowboy bro. I wanna lay in the hay. One, two, three, four, five, six. Just on the one that can attack, actually, that would be smarter. But now they have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So they don't have a land. There's no use in doing that. I think I really want my Teferi, so I'm gonna hope they won't play lands. They will win. Shucks. Shucks. I mean, that's kinda beatable. That's 6 life, by the way. Can draw a verdict. So why did you take the one that can attack? I said, yeah, I corrected myself immediately after I made that play. It was a so-called mistake. I wish I could pit Chalice Solitude, that would be poggers. By which I mean preferable. I think Cryptic tap into draw verdict. Rest in peace. What's so funny? Very curious. Exactly, rest in pitch. Maybe stone is good too. I forgot to add stony to the sideboard, which was possible. I think main deck stony. It's too bad. Well, it does some Nushas bubbles, which is technically a thing, but practically not really. Nie wiem, czy kiedy podpada. Stony kind of bad against activate the of enchantments. That is also true, yeah. Yeah, Werthers are the best. Can't I describe what Huey tastes like? I don't know how Huey tastes. Huey. I actually move the plating and I'm gonna die, right? Dobry kabel, czy nie?
Nie.
Aha. No to ja gdzieś mam schowane, ale nie pamiętam. No możesz zobaczyć. Okay, so you die to plating, but... So actually, if they play like Sojourners and those things, I don't think I actually want the Chalice as much. It's such an individual. You want the disputes, TBH. They play blue spells. I'm gonna have the Chalice send a disputes game 1. Rip for Emery. Sounds like not very cash money strategy. Because I could, interact with Emery, like, I have Rip for Emery and there is only Emery in the deck that gets affected by that, then it'd be actually better off removing Emery, right? Frogmite, turn 1. Chaga. Frogmite, maybe from your perspective. From mine it's more like Monka's might. Urba. I just won't play spell and my counter spell's gonna be... Okay, good. Spell on the stack, boggers. Could steal the drum. I probably would like to draw two. Much more than that. At least one construct less? What do you mean? Well, it would be if I had stolen the drum. If you don't know what to do, you can always concede. That's so true. Could steal the Ornithopter and you can untap and play a Jace. Draw a land for the Jace. That'd be really good. Could just exile the drum if you want to get it. No, I wanted to exile the drum so that they can't make a construct, but they could just play a land. So, you know. We take this and draw land, then we bounce a construct with Jace, and we can block the Frogmites. They can get a Shadow Spear. It's probably draw to... Gonna be harder to play the Jace then. More endings. The fetch for Jace. Fuck you. Coxon sucks. Deferring to prismatic ending is a bit worse than deferring to path was. Shadow Spear still. Welding Yar, okay. Fuck. The fault monitor is trying me a bit. Well. Well, there's verdicts in my deck to draw. The beach kind of feels like my deck should be playing more verdict. It seems a good deck. It's debatable, especially the versions with Taplands are kind of overall not very all that good, but they're gonna be good against mine right now. Can dig 4 cards deep for a verdict on the next turn. And we can fetch for free. Shutterstorm, please. There's no Shutterstorm. I put back 2 lands. Yeah, I'm living in Mango's bedroom. No gelato involved. We should pay $300 for fisting, or is that a bit of a scam? Last stream CD Cream said that he has done research about the costs of such an operation, and it seemed to be 300 seemed like it would be overpaying. Yeah, at least what I have. Bench who's fisting you. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like if you would like to get a fisting from legendary Van Darkholm, then Urza Saga is a nightmare for control decks. It is a problem, yeah. What? You're gonna counter my free spell? Talic Rebuke. Welp. I think this seems like a rough one. Rough matchup arena. But someone else also said that fishing is probably one of those things that you shouldn't go cheap with for obvious reasons. What are those reasons? Saga is banned. Where? What? What do you mean? They will shock to Sagas? Well, they're frequently gonna draw them, yeah. But the thought monitor is also problematic, etc. We have the Vuerters, but I think Water is probably better than Fracturing Gas because Fracturing Gas is quite expensive, but could play a Fracturing Gas too. What kind of value chalices you are with your chalices? Yeah, ending was a bit rough here. But you know, I hope you understand that the reason why I play ending is because then I can play Chalice, a Chalice deck. Which is why I wanted to play Chalice deck, right? But also still have cheap removal. Gas would have been very good at any point in the last 2 matches. Well, let's sweep my chalices. But it's good against the Saga decks, yeah. It's a bit painful is the lack of reasonable game 1 tools to include versus Saga. Unless you have the... unless you play Field of Ruin, which is the most plausible, I think. You're on the sky, comrade. Good or keep. Roll. The Niv Mizzet. The Charles is gonna be not very poggers in this matchup. When you exile a sprawl on red color, no covert planes. Dawnforge Mystic. Oh yes, very curious. Caldra complete. The control deck, just grab the Caldra. Yes, it's still better than a sword. So. Sort of, I can understand. Cycle the Triumph. Hmm. Yorion Blinking Caldra. It's Yorion. Attack with this? It's a bit odd. Yorion. Yorion blinking. Alidra. Hey. Orion. Hey. Do 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 do. Counter spell. Wrong fetch. I think I'll get the hell out of this in play. In hand. Do you like genre, Mr. Streamer? I do like the culture around Yorion Dadoros, in huge part thanks to a user of this chat, Johnstar. No Caldra? Coatl. Oh yes, very curious. Use Autumn to flash in Caldra and flash Coatl instead. Do you change your stream setup? I did not. Same. Yorion is 2 of the vocal mentals. Bounce because if they play land and equip Battle School, it's quite bad for me. Okay, I'm not a believer in the Yorion decks in the modern format anymore, I guess, either. Prima now. Smiling ending. That's actually... No, because they're gonna have the card on instant speed. Let's actually keep the Tefari for tempo. Can guarantee us a card. And we wouldn't be able to use the counter spell nicely. Can plus, and if we equip the card, we can solitude it. We have 2 Vantresses if they slack off. Nice tune. Oh, third party thing. Very curious. Don't want to counter that. Equipments. Could play the Caldra though. Like, yeah, it's kinda... kinda rough. Oh, that's bad draw. Why not been playing around your hands since turn 2? I think so. Let's see how fast will they flush in Caldra now. I mean, choosing not to put it in the Caldra and to play was... like, it makes sense to put the Battle School in first. And then it didn't put the Caldra into play. This one was actually kinda weird. The Caldra is still game, yes, that is true. Give green white manas. Practice called feasting. Any feasting practitioners in the chat? Very curious. Are they wrapping any rest of something? Yeah, I've laid the far in place, so they're wrapping nothing. I have a Kahira, but I can't really grab the Kahira now. Get a trigger. Draw 2 main. No, because they put in color into play. Need to seal it. Didn't get a trigger though, so. Or Tefari. See if they have counter magics in their deck, or just value. Just value. So there is a Chalice one in play, and I actually forgot about this almost. Is it better to exile the sword? No, because then I have a creature in play. Those attack that can put Caldra into play. And a creature that can be equipped by Battle School. Etc. And I don't hold up Counterspell plus Scry. If I were to be interested in scrying. Did you mulligan? They have so many more cards than you. I did not mulligan, they kept drawing cards. Played many effects at drawing cards. Looking for a Tefari. Or any Planeswalker really. I'll take this, I guess. Also grab their companion, they play Stoneforge twice. They played Squaddle twice. Tank, 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 dead. What Pokemon music is that? I hope they don't have a Cuttle now because that would be kind of devastating. Oh, okay. Maybe they have 1-drops, yeah. In hand too. Actually, the Fairy can't bounce the Soul Herder itself. It says protection from the color. Is there any way to get to Suncross to Prismatic Decaldrad? There's actually no way, no. I guess the Fairy doesn't really do all that much in this spot. Kahira can block this though. Maybe I should have been doing that. I probably should have grabbed. Yeah, yeah. Well, I don't know. I should have grabbed Kahira. I can find a prismatic ending for this. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven, eight, nine. 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Fetch first. Why? I already scried the bottom with a few effects. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 mana. 8. Mm, well. can't use it this turn, but we're slowly progressing somewhere, I think. Why not tag the Soul Hair there? Because then I don't have a counterspell up and they play Kaldra. And then I lose my Teferi. And I want to keep my Teferi, which I currently do with the counterspell up. Like, I'll just let them do this. So many cards in hand though, and they can't do anything. Here's one of your dudes and I steal it. Well, but I need the ferry to win. Hero of Dominaria. Well, I guess I had the ferry. Hero of Dominaria anyways. If I would have quit Battle School, I think he would win. But then they would kill the fairy hero, and then I wouldn't have the fairy hero, but I would have drawn the fairy hero, right? Chat, order today or the soldier will come to your house. That's what the ad says. Super Mario sucks. Okay. Why did a point bounce by the school like 10 years ago? Because they were planning to blink Riviorian, maybe? Elemental synergies, chat. Oh, Chalice of the Void finally paying off. Long-term plans then, yeah. I agree. But they like were kind of short on mana for the huge part of the game. I guess now they have 11, so I wouldn't really say they're short on mana anymore, but that's kind of spell. Another creature that will destroy me, then too bad, but hopefully not. 5 mana. Oh, there's still a dude, sure. Oh, made to scry. I'm gonna draw land down. Yep. Hmm. I saw one of my monkey paws to a shaman to make a sex potion with. Very interesting. Just like the music. Very curious. But yeah, now we can force the Caldra, we can block the Solitude. Then you can embalm Teferi and just win. You just like newer magic cards, but you still play Magic Curious. I'm very smart. Yeah. Did I say anything about disliking newer cards right now, though? Yeah, opponent's resistance, Caldra-wise, is pretty intense. Well, that was actually good, but can you recommend for me to only eat from fuel and disregard all other tier trash foods? What's tier trash food? Trash tier food. We could do that. Do emblems have colors? Emblems are colorless. They don't. To put that in simpler terms. I don't know, they're gonna play Tafaris or something. Rest in peace didn't seem effective. The free disputes said like he's better than the forces, I think. Play Soul Herder. Maybe they play. Well, Soul Herder is a card I can Mystical Dispute. Amulet best deck. I think Blue-Red, Murktide, Regent, Tempo, yada yada is the best deck. Currently. Opponent, are you live? I mean, it's the best deck counts as a guide deck for true. I will try to produce more deck guides like this, because I think the reception for the most part is positive. And also, content like this grants me more watch time, watch hours. Had to restart into your current sideboard, okay. Then other content. What 3-drop could they possibly play that I would need to be so scared of too? So to this. Monthly deck guides would be a good cadence. People have to resub monthly to view them. Yeah, I agree. Utopia Sprawl, very nice. Lol. Can you say Enchantress stream when? I'm not interested in Enchantress deck much. It's like messaging them nudes on OnlyFans they have resub on. Yeah, I could probably learn many tactics from that website. Actually, when it comes to monetization, incentivizing. What do you know, Kaneki? I'm at my place, but I'm also in Mangu's room simultaneously, so it's a bit tricky. Do you edit your YouTube videos yourself? I do not know. Ephemerate. I probably would have, if I had an F6, I probably would have countered the Ephemerate. Ice from Coatl. That's cool. Greetings from Poland, big fan. Question, can your deck beat this powerful Oracle Clock? Clock is only the smallest of my worries right now. Wish you could make Urza Upheaval work, yeah, you wish. Oh, fuck you with the fucking thing. Could play Tefari and plus it? Kinda like it. I hit it for 2. They can play the Jonrion, which is then good into my Raf. Frozen Death Metal, that's going to be so epic, lol. If an effect taxing the Murktide region casting cost like Raiden or Thalia, can you pay the extra cost by delving? Yes, although Thalia is rarely going to tax Murktide. Doesn't Raiden tax it? But Thalian players is omniscience and they need to pay 1 del for DTT. I assume you still lost though. Utopia Sprawl? Okay, land, fuck, kurwa mać, I said land. So weak to Ephemerate. Okay, that the Farin play, going to soul to this. But like if I try to draw a land, if I fail it's super bad, but even if I succeed and they have Ephemerate to blink this, hide the board, resolve Verdict, get the 2 cards on top, get card again from El Ephemerate. It's very bad for me. Ooh, they're going face with the Quattle. Okay. I just want the Fari. I think I'll keep the Verdict. Could steal the Utopia Sprawl, even if that doesn't do too much. It is a line of play that is available to me. Another one. They have a Butter School. And I don't think they have an extra Sprawl. The TBH I don't Verdict now. Yeah, I guess I could have fetched a Triumph. Stone Rain is not as effective when your opponent has 9 mana. Well, it also, stealing Utopia Sprawl doesn't actually change anything because it's still equipped to my opponent's land. Enchanted to my opponent's land, right? Because Enchant Forest, not Enchant Forest you control. They play the Battle School going to sweep. O kurwa, daj se siana z tymi witnesskami, no, ja pierdolę. Chłopie. Witness. All free mana up, witness. Toxic streamer. If I'm toxic, then how would you describe my opponent right now? Take a look at a version of deck I built on Discord. Do you like it? Do I like what I see? Manic Moons too. Moon Counterspell. What a deck. Moon Archmage's Charm. The deck's going places. Can draw 2, land Counterspell, go land number 6, Supreme Verdict, the things. More or less. Sure. This is the second question. Free Hero of Dominarias. Supreme Verdict. I probably wouldn't play Supreme Verdict Moon though. Like that's a bit. I don't think that goes too well together. Two planes too. Witness, yeah. Bro, it's me. Actually not terrible. You have Butter School and hopefully 2 blanks. I don't know, like it doesn't sound to me like playing Blood Moon is really plausible. Unfortunately. Getting off together. What if you play Fury instead of Solitude? Then you don't have Ending, which is your other 1 mana removal. Ephemerate. Kurva, Ephemerate. Which is just like the point of being able to play Chalice. More big theft than Jaces because of Solitude or any other reason. Yeah. Actually, maybe I want some Chalice against the Ephemerate because it's devastating. The Mystical Dispute didn't seem so cash money. Forgot to Cyber, by the way. Well, they play Orient, so it doesn't really matter. Pink put Flip Jace. What? Flip Jace? Flip Jace, well known for playing well with counter spells, exactly, yeah. Plays well with Solitude, too. Well against my opponent's removal spells. You know. It's kinda good enough for modern. Some people play it now, right now. I don't, not super fun. And I don't think you can realistically play moons in this deck, which I'm playing right now. Shaking my estimation of playing mode. Illegal. Chasing elemental or cards. It's not a big problem, like it could not like a hero, it's very little importance. It's just that it's not very good, right? I forgot. I mean, would have been gotten by this at some point. Actually okay for me because ah, I will re-resolve the noble safari. That's a bit problematic. I will definitely agree about that. Uh, Teferi in 80 cards? How lucky can a person be? White, white. What you're gonna play? Skyclave Apparition. Fair. Just a quarter, fine. Tilted canister equals funniest canister? I never told. I never told. I repeat. I'll dispute the Coatl. Well then, congrats to you for being able to dispute the Coatl through Safari. Dispute seems bad though in this matchup, kinda. Let them hit me. Because then I can play the Fari and I don't know. Very hard castle to this turn. Time machine, time machine. Let's have the John Rion. I can cast it now. Pick out the dates that I want to. No, they can. Oh, I miscounted their manas. Oh, but they don't. Good. Well, they still play the thing. And I want to appear again. Teftak. Teftak. You have Kaldra. Chalice 1. What? The fairy doesn't seem too bad. The fairy draw a white card. Actually seems good. Draw white card. Good. Chad, they're playing something else. They grab the top lands? Bit odd. Is this an equipage? Yes, good. No, they're playing something else. No. That's so good for them. Okay. Push from blue. Fuck. Doesn't have the protection from white, but it has protection from blue. Okay, I was a bit not poggers. It's actually really bad. Because I could have just done it the other way around and it's me. Can tag the swords. Well, but that doesn't help me because there's there's a game then. Whoops. I also draw a card. Tagging is a losing line. Bonus 1 minute 30, so it is a losing line over a longer game, but might be an okay line over a shorter game. Tafari, sure. Okay, we had the game, but I misclicked. But it's more than enough to kill me if I, unless if my opponent draws well. If my opponent draws bad, I draw well, then they might not be. They might not have enough time to do that. But yeah, obviously the better play was to target the creature I could have targeted with the removal I could have targeted it with, and then target the other creature I could have targeted with the other removal with, and just win because I had the Teferi, and then they draw whatever and they can win. But unfortunately, in the excitement of top decking a removal spell, I have not considered the full implications of protection. Because I was thinking of the sword as a fake card that doesn't have protection from important colors, and it is for the most part true, but actually wasn't in this situation because it did have the blue protection from blue was actually important. So yeah, it was a massive win, yeah. So we are 2-1 in this league, chat. Kaneki, what do you think about Out of Time? Seems super playable to me with Teferi. Is it underrated? In what way does it synergize with Teferi? Doesn't it return the creatures in the battlefield when you bounce it back? Yeah, so what's so good about the synergy with Teferi? Grief, Architects of Will. Well, should have just played a Chalice on 0. Yeah, but EOT does not trigger, so if they progress your board, you bounce and replay. I understand. I just want to sweep more monsters when they play more monsters. That sounds like a copium type strategy. It's proper to play Tefari here. Because if they have a force, they're gonna get me anyways. Good draw, but well, if they play Chalice Agent, I think that's just gonna target the Ferry. Well, you can try it. Dying to other, like, maybe it's gonna work for you. Maybe it's gonna work well for you. And Living End. I like the formatting here. Puts together from Chalice Agent on the stack Cascade. Reveals 11 cards. Chalice Agent, Sanctum, Creator of Mysteries, Waker of Waves, Architects of Will, Flooded Strand, Grief, Raised Rave, Protecting of Sanctum, Street Rave, and Living End. In another message. Oops. Table. Joy! So it looks to me like Jace is playing on a magical accordion. Should be a decent matchup. Can board out Solitude, I think. Can board out Prismatic Ending first and foremost. You can have Ashok, but I don't like Ashok against Living End much because it just so set a speed and stuff. I think Dispute pretty bad against Living End. They have their own disputes, so you can dispute the disputes because they bring in disputes for the ferry. So you can have the ferry backed up by disputes to beat their disputes to resolve the ferry. Or sometimes they, you know, play force, they play force of negation on your counter spell, and you have 1 mana counter to counter back. Yeah, we're pre-boarded against Living End again. Like, that is part of my idea that since the Cascade decks are allegedly a part of the meta game, like, being pre-boarded against them doesn't seem like it's gonna hurt. Ashok. I just said that I don't like Ashok. It's Living End. Sorcery speed, so you activate it, and they go like cycle. Living End, they have a board anyways. That kind of sucks, right? Like, it can be problematic for them in some spots, yeah, but I don't think it's better than my other decks. John Starr told me Cascade decks were Pepega, and he's my modern day consultant and love prophet. Yeah, I mean, they're kinda more capped in how strong they can be than, you know, fair decks, right? Which is why always, every day on the stream when I'm live, I go on discussing in detail why interactive decks are broken, why interaction is broken. What is the logic behind main deck Rest in Peace? Do most decks use their graveyard in some way? Yeah, it seems like many do. And it's a Solitude pitch, so even if they don't, you can use the card. Obviously, you know, kind of a limited value is to push it to Solitude, but against the blue-red decks, it does things. Against Amulet, it doesn't. Against black-red, it's great. Against Urza decks, it's gonna be good. Against Living End. Good times when the only interaction Cascade had was Fulminator, yeah. That's true. Simeon Spirit Guide Fulminator on turn 2 was their dream opening. La 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 la. Pitching Grass and Peace to Solitude when it's bad is a real thing. Yes, and that's why I mentioned that a minute ago. No more Cascades. And no more cycling, so they probably have Cascade. She's like la 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 la. Grief looks quite good for the Living End deck. How many pitch cards do they play? They play Living End, Grief, Aquators of Aqueducts, the 4-mana free freeze, and 3 Traves. It's 12, 15. We find I get 15 black cards in a Timur deck. I play Karabid. Oh, Karabid too. It makes sense actually, because you can cycle for red, yeah. Instead of the 6/4. Desert Celadon. They have Fury against Safari. They have Subtlety against Safari. They have Ingot Chewer. We see no disputes. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Come, wizard. I'm boss the curator of mysteries. We can dispute force, subtlety, brazen borrower. A decent selection of cards. But maybe if they don't have their own dispute, then I would rather have an extra. An extra solitude, which is kind of effective against small living ends early. Oh, right on time. Boy, 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 boy. I relate time wizard if you need to yourself. Those are two different songs, but that is true, they don't mesh all that well together. Time wizard. Also, Twitch chat, did you know of subscribe with Twitch Prime function, which lets you subscribe to any streamer for free any month of the year? Because one could say that's quite poggers. Quite poggers. But I can block the grief with Menacha. I'd actually really like to draw Solitude. Sorry, my Twitch Prime is already used. Well, if it's already used and cast underscore MTG, then it's perfectly fine. Because how could I unreasonably expect for a person to use their Twitch Prime twice that is not allowed by the platform? Which weird bounces. They could like play this the free maybe. I think I would like to dispute this. You boarded out. I boarded out one Solitude. Which means that I'm less likely to draw it, yes. But it's not, doesn't mean that I'm 0% to draw it. Three 5 Hippo Comrade personally. I believe that creature is 5/4. TBH. Therefore your imagination is playing with you. That's pretty impressive win on my opponent's part, I guess. Macro Sage. I believe Keruga was a 5/5 until very late in the development, but it was a little bit too tough and they decided to change it because it was too strong. Terminate Elementals today. I'm playing this control deck right now. I'm not sure what I'm playing after that league. I would like to get a trophy, so I might play a hashtag good deck. Play Hammer Time. I'm not sure if I'm going to easily get a trophy with Hammer Time. Elementals obviously best deck. Okay. I mean, I think Elementals is a fine one. I think Elementals seems a bit better than this control deck. Tiny edges. Phenomenal control player. Phenomenal control player. Tiny control player. Phenomenal control player. Phenomenal control player. Tiny control player. Control player. Phenomenal control player. Tiny control player. Rest in peace. Turn 2, turn Choice of the Void, turn 1, nice cascade deck, you nerd. Now you stand no chance and you die to my Kahira. Why is song request broken? It's not. Maybe it is. Sometimes MTG bot takes a few minutes to figure out stuff and post it because it doesn't understand. So hot in there. I guess we are in sunny. Where does Mango live again? Sunny Italy. So no wonder it's very hot here. Senegalia, yes, Senegalia. Andrea Mengucci, Senegalia. Pizza Hawaiiana. Peperone. Salame. Porca madonna. One day I joined Control Discord, ... and then I left. It truly was like that, yeah. Can you just recast it? I guess you're gonna have a force. Well, you could have disputed the Brazen Borrower, probably should have. It also takes care of the one free one, which I kinda need to take care of. Land. Huh? When was the last time you interacted with Mango? I don't know. You probably rated me somewhere in the past 2 weeks. It's not really interaction with Mango though, like you see a pop-up that says Andrea Mengucci has raided your channel, and then like you say, hey, thank you Andrea Mengucci for raiding my channel. Also, I am very thankful and I do not want to appear ungrateful for you helping me out on Twitch.tv in order of spreading the making it habitual so that people raid each other, so that then like everyone helps each other, so it's actually for selfish reasons. And then that's not really interaction. Whole raid thing is so weird, I don't understand it. Well, it's just an option, so it like becomes customary so that you raid a person. So I don't know what was the original idea for behind implementing that on Twitch.tv. Not sure who watches Mango TBH. It streams so early for NA and so late for NA. EU and NA. Well, probably those who wake up early in EU, and I don't know, Asian people. Isn't that like the day for them then? Japan time zone. I don't know if Japan if they actually watch Mango, because I don't know. Well, I mean, I have a decent amount of Japanese viewers on my stream. It's 9 AM early now. I mean, hey, I assume many Europeans are up by then and maybe even working, and they want a, they want a Mango to watch. What you lost to? Bad fortune and incredibly bad luck. I'm gonna grab some water as I need to hydrate. It's 8 AM right now. I mean, you were saying that you had an unusual work schedule, so that does change things too. Stay soggy, my dude, thanks. Sleeping Wolf. Giganta the Wellspring. Imagine building a modern deck with the intention of being a good deck against the most often played, most powerful deck. Then you actually don't play against the most often powerful played deck. And then you're mad. And then I actually remember that every single time you've done it, it's been like that. So it's like nothing surprising, because there's enough different gamers in the modern leagues, enough variants in the modern leagues, that it kind of should be expected. But you still get mad because you're just a monkey pressing buttons, and it's the easiest to just get mad. That's unusual. I'm afraid it might be the blue-green Tron. With Hydroid Crisis. Yeah, the infamous Simic Tron. Pretty sure I saw this deck. Okay. Well, I've seen a Simic Tron deck on Goldfish once. Oh, MTG bot is just that, seems like. Are the Newcastle Model Day? I think so, not sure. It is Plutron. Yeah. You would have 6. I just played a Tafari. Why not? Seems like YouTube is acting on my end. Oh no, they drew it on land. Well, we can play Tafari now, right? We have 2 mana, they have 1 counter spell. No, it's not age verification, it's just I can't load a YouTube video. Doesn't start playing. 18 loyal party, Stram Ranch party. Doesn't move. It's the same thing with Air Fresh. Interesting. I think it's strong. I think Chalice is not very good in there. You can try to open Spotify and search for Grant McDonald songs. Grant McDonald. Yeah, he is there. Suck this cock, Gavin. Ram Ranch 7. Ram Ranch 85. Prince Harry. Ram Ranch. This is interesting. $2 and there was a private on YouTube and it's been blocked. Yo. What do we see? Can you hear the Spotify? Weird. Doesn't work. It's so odd. Lol. Gachi Muchi playlist. Doesn't appear to be working either. Well, shucks, seems like we are stuck with no sound chat. I think I'll get the thing. But it's not an audio channel thing because I see that it doesn't load on YouTube. Oh no, can I play it on my phone? Interesting.
18 naked cowboys in the showers at Ram Ranch. Big herd throbbing cocks wanted to be sucked. 18 naked cowboys wanted to be fucked. Cowboys in the showers at Ram.
But that was for my phone, but It appears that there is some kind of an issue with my browser. Let me try to use Microsoft Edge, the only other browser I have installed. Oh, doesn't seem to be working either. Very odd. In. Maybe try another browser. No, well, I only have the one extra browser. I guess you can listen to Ram Ranch from my phone, at least parts of it.
Ranch on their knees wanting to suck cowboy cocks. Ram Ranch
Really
really
rocks.
rocks. Hot hard, buff cowboys, their cocks throbbing hard. 18 more wild cowboys out in the yard.
Yord.
Cocks ever so hard. Orgy in the showers at Ram Ranch. Big hard throbbing cocks. Ram and cowboy butt.
Wait, actually, I can't because then it's gonna be in my VODs and Grant is going to sue me. Because it's going through my mic now, so that shouldn't be. Well, it's okay if it's Grant. It wouldn't be okay if it was popular music. "18 Cowboys on the Ram Ranch." Playing grass music is not popular. No, it is popular. It's just not copyright protected, I assume. Or I think he produces it by himself. Yama was dead, but Yama has woken up and now he's alive again. I am gonna want to draw lines because I would like to get up to 7. Tun 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 tun. Turrot. Tirori tirori turrot. Tiroro tiro turrot. Tiroro tirori turrot. Tirori tiro turrot. Tirori tirori turrot. Poor opponent, what's so poor about them? I guess they're poor mana wise, in that they don't have too much mana. It's like you would call a person that doesn't have too much money poor. That same sense. And I probably could have disputed that to prevent the scry from happening. So that they don't find extra Tronland, which is their way to come back to the game. Come back to the game and name that it's better than yours. Yeah, YouTube is broke. I could try to restart my PC, but then I would need to restart the stream, which I know I am going to come back to 200 viewer count because the bots are going to get purged when I close the stream. So I'm kinda, not a huge fan of that. To hear a time I forgot, but you are actually correct. I should have grabbed her. Can you use the text-to-speech donations to replicate music? That's a good idea. I've seen on some other streams a functionality where a viewer could have donated bits and could have chose from some amount of funny sounds that then would play on the stream. For example, like a person would donate 50 bits and instead of yu arar, yu arar, spoken by Brian, we would hear, an Aniki scream, for example. Which I think is actually fairly ridiculous now that I think about it. Wait, it doesn't play? Rivas Luca Magni sings cartoon themes as channel points rewards. Okay. It's a pretty huge scam then, the bits. Wake up, wake up. Grab a brush and put a little makeup. I discuss to fade away the shake up. I discuss to fade away the... Why did you leave the case on table? Table, fable. Yeah, it's not the same, not the same. Clean version just has no audio, lol. Problem isn't in YouTube? Well, there is a problem in YouTube, like it doesn't load the videos on my YouTube, but maybe it's not the only problem. I freed it. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah, I had the second browser opened and it was a second behind. But what kind of issue was that? Because the way I fixed it was by unplugging my headphones and plugging them again. Which was weird, because only then all the... Yeah, USB headphones. It's also... Like, what I'm surprised by is that... it stored all the audio and then it all played once I plugged it. Which is not something that has happened to me before, because I would assume that it just like would not play. I think there's still a problem. No, I paused the song because I wanted to say something. Big happy friendly friends. And then just scam me. Demons action. Honestly, this deck didn't look too bad to me. I lost to my own stupidity. And I lost to Affinity, which seemed like a bad matchup. But I also won against Blue Tron. And I also... Well, one versus Hammer and Living End, so like, you know, the two most real opposing decks of the league were destroyed. Yeah, I've seen the Blood Moon deck, but it's just kinda not a fun. I think the Affinity match you could have won if you took the Construct that could attack. I was way too hard behind. It's too bad against Fault Monitor in general, I think. The Jeskai Moon deck seems like too much. Too much. I think I would like to have another Jace. Because I kinda want to play my Planeswalkers early and often in this deck. Maybe over the Cryptic. Yeah, it's supposedly, you know, it's supposed to be okay against Ragavan decks. I wonder if I can play one Field of Ruin. Just one Field of Ruin. Is that okay? I think it can be okay. It's a 26 land. It's a spell. Moon seems like just enough. Moon seems like not something I can support in a 3-color deck. I don't know, I just not a believer. With blue. Like, come on, it's just too much. You also try to play the 4th Werther. What about Spreading Seas or Alpine Moon? I think I like 4 Werthers in the sideboard. Yeah, I also felt like Verdict seems just kind of good in this deck. Rest in Peace on sideboard? What's wrong with Rest in Peace in the main deck? Well, it's Naro, so that's wrong, but... Versus Amulet, that is true. I'm gonna play 2 Field of Ruins. I feel ballsy today. I'm playing 26 lands, it's fine. Like, how can it hurt me, right? Playing 26 lands, right? Thank you for the sub. Helion 300,601. With 2 field, might as well play Moon. In a way, you could say that. I thought you wanted a trophy of a good deck. Yeah, I'll settle for a trophy of a bad one too, though. Normally, Blue White is 25 land, yeah. Or 24 even, like some people play 24 with the opts. I don't play opts, so I want more lands. If you could pitch Moon, would be nicer too. Just play Dress Down versus the Saga. Dress Down. The Blood Moon is part in your matchup, you can just put it to your Fury. Werther also pitches to Fury. We are on the draw against Lurus. We need Cancer Ram Ranch, do you? Tururutum turum tirurirum purum tirurirum pirum piruritum turum tirurirum. Gather up your thoughts. Or is this all we get? Boom, 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 boom. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. Boom. Dum da dum da da dum. Dum da dum dum dum. Can we draw a land number 4? It can even be a field of ruin. Yes, I moved to Italy, Senegalia, beautiful sunny. Spaghetti carbonara. Pizzone. Ai 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 ai. Any unholy hits for my planeswalkers? Huh? Maybe, but we've got those covered. No sideboards. I mean, actually, I did change a card, kind of flying, we're saying no sideboard, but you know, +1 valid, -1 force of negotiation. Or this is all we get? Is there life after death? Or is this all we get? When Grant MacDonald says gather up your thoughts, what does he mean? I think he means thoughts, as in the one in your brain where you're thinkings. To gather them up and then It's fine, chat. Oh, it's fine. Shattering spree, wow. I'm afraid that they might win this game fairly easily. Chris. We're gonna steal one Dragon Rage's Chandler. We're gonna have 3 Delirious points. Spirit does kill Chalice, yeah. For 2 mana, sorcery. Oh, exquisite timing, opponent. Explosives too. Anti-Chalice. Squad. Doesn't matter, gonna attack anyways, right? It's both creatures attacking. A nerf. A nerf the Croxa? Or surveil the Croxa? We need to surveil Delirium. Ah, no! I need to. Oh, yeah. Doesn't work because it goes in the Excel anyways. But I should have done that post combat. But it wouldn't have worked anyways because I. So we can draw 2 Solitudes and a white card. Alright. Just the sheer powerfulness of being on the play is insane. Well, you know, it would be good to have a Solitude on the draw too. Not fall their tempos or a prismatic ending, but we didn't. Would you like to play first? What happens when there is a Duffy Voidwalker and a Rest in Peace in play? Who chooses well how the cards are excelled? The owner of the cards? Owner only has no controller, I see. Just like with dogs. Stop, Ragavan! Stop right there! It's fine. It's actually fine. Are you trying to make control work when it's dead? You're dead. They have explosives and they have Mishra's bubbles. This is a Shattering Spree pad. Breaking man, baby. Nice. Next turn. Nice deck, thanks. I don't know if you're being ironic or not. And about which one you're talking. Oh, you said nice I got to redraw double land. Why is Kanye streaming from Mego's room feels weird, man? Maybe there's something you don't know. About the identities of your favorite streamers. Well, it's not Chalice checks, they want Delirium or Croxa mana, I don't know. Croxa cards. Croxa fuel. What does the slave say? Deep, deep dark fantasies. Deep, deep, deep dark fantasies. What does the slave say? Da da da. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. What does the slave say? Your opponent did not enjoy their time in Blue-Eyed Prison. How could you know that whether they enjoyed it or not? As everyone thought about slotting the new Cobalt card and 1 or 2 dragons into Infect. Turn 1 Cobalt, turn to scale up, get Dragon GG. Is that a Dragon These Nuts joke setup? Or is that an actual strategy question? See button to repeat a previous predictions. I'm not sure why you're going through the effort. I'm going through the effort because then I can go like 3-0, 4-0, 5-0, and then, you know, it scales up and viewers have a sense of stakes rising. Actual strategy question. I need to read the kobolds, so I'll do that right now. Where is the dragon coming from? From your hand, so you're planning on having the kobold into your hand? And an infect creature and pump your infect creatures, and that dragon also has to win the game? I think it's not very cash money. It's the dragon that kills him too, though. What's the dragon? Scourge of Valkyries. Maybe I should have played land pre-targeting, because then I could have actually F6. Terror of Mount Velus. Well, but then you have the... That sounds insanely bad, right? You have the infect guy. You know, pump it to 6 power. Which is also inconvenient. Oh, this deck. Wait, so actually I would have Chalice on 0, right? Three card combo, but still things have been done. What? It's 4 card combo. You have the what? Just run pump spells instead. What's the upside? I have to admit, I forgot you have to have dragon in hand. Yeah. If you wanna get zeros, you can play Asmo to get more books. They can play bubbles and it makes Emery weaker. I'm saying it's more possible turn to chaos. Well, if those other 2 guys were pump spells, you actually need less cards for a turn to kill, right? E-Batteries, thank you for your Prime Gaming sub. Very kind of you. So I think there is a little upside. Because you have to have exactly scale up or a +4 +4 plus mutagen. Why is there a chair behind your chair? That just is. You don't need the infect guy. Okay, I thought we were talking about an infect deck of sorts, but yeah, I guess if we're not, then not. You have Daredevil. Then I have more 1 mass present 0. You have a similar amount. But I think the 0 mana ones are more effective to stop. Right here. Lightning axe here. They keep the mission as well, but why is that? Probably Thought Monitor. 5 mana, 6 mana. So if we draw a land, they can Thought Monitor now. It seems I think it just seems kind of powerful to stop all the effects, all the asthmas. Maybe overstating that. Get your Teferi out here! No rebuke. Let's dance on the stack. Oh, see, Mox Amber discarded. Tap, 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 tape, tape, tape. Sure. 1, 2, 3, 4. So I assume a Monitor of Thought is gonna get dropped now. Is it Breach? Right, it's had Dragavan, it's just blue red. Blue red. Blue red Hell's Kitchen. It's for monitor but then just running forecast in your deck. The 2-2 body seems fine but kind of irrelevant. It is far from irrelevant. It is actually a very fine body, I would say. But it is quite hard to cast often too, so it is not all roses. Why don't more people play PGX Yogmoth? I think a fine amount, like a proper amount of people, based on like how powerful that deck is, plays a deck. Pardon, it's called Urza's Kitchen. Hell's Kitchen is green-black. Shucks. I didn't actually know. Whoops. Too bad. There will be no Urza's Kitchen. True. Too bad. Let's see if they have Urzo. Okay. I remember when people started playing Urza with Uro, and some people started calling this deck Uroza, which I think I didn't like the sound of. At the same time, it also could have been called Urzo, which I would have liked the sound of, so. It's rough times. Euroza. I remember Euroza. Peloni, 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 Peloni. Ah, Pepeloni. That's the last time when it was playable. Well, that was after the OP things. So was it playable for you? I can have needle in the main deck, I guess, and I could needle the Tefari. El constructo. Constructo. Lol, said Lyser 42. Interesting. Peloni, 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 Peloni. Discard book with book. What? Gather up your thought. Interesting. One could say nice moves, opponent, but I'm not a sarcastic douchebag, so I guess I would say that. Urza should play Colossus Hammers, you think so? That sounds like a very curious opinion to me. She's saying und hier? Is that German? How is this like prison control? Because it runs chalices? Yes. Understandable. Alright, needle check. Do you play main deck needle? No way, right? Pepperoni. How do we beat a land? I have 2 Field of Ruins. I grabbed a bubble, okay. What's on the new cards? Do anything needs to be banned? You. This deck showcases that Salted is good and that Johnson is wrong. I think Salted is quite good for this deck, yeah. How do we sideboard? We actually won the Chalice here? After sideboard? Maybe they're gonna bring in some removals for the Chalice, and I... Feels like it's not at its best. Just gonna draw. Just board it out, maybe we're gonna get... Maybe I should board out the Faris. Does choice on one counter prismatic ending? Depends. What is the X you've chosen? If it's X0, then it does. This was a mulligan anyways, chat. This was a mulligan anyways. Well, only if they have a turn 2, we also have this now, so... We're okay. Theras before next week. Actually kinda copy him here. I can't even wear there fully. If I get an island. Kinda awkward. We draw an island. It's all fine. Volare, variredo. Blue-red prowess is very playable still. I'm pretty sure. People still play it. I think more people like the Murktide deck more, but this doesn't seem to be clear cut. Chirapu Redder Grid, nice. And a rebuke hodl. Ora cantare. Urza resolves. Also, Urza deals 1 damage before it gets answered by a single card. Hi Canister, hello Spleeves 12. Also Urza number 2 exists. Actually 1.5 damage through. Be nice to have soldier in a spot like this, though. Have you figured out any good modern decks since KCA ban? I played Hogak. Urza resolves canister, spends 3 cards to answer Urza. Not so bold anymore, canister, right? Especially when the third Urza comes. Oh no, 2 enchantments for my tears to cover. Your operator grid is, one could say, shining. What about KW? I didn't like the emote, but then I got used to it and I find it really ridiculous now. But for a long time I didn't want to add it to the channel because I was saying that I don't like it. Saga, answered biter. 1 for 1, that's a good trade. They had a rebuke, they like kept the construct back to have rebuke. I'm going to not play Tefari here. I mean, I could play two Tefaris now, but I could also wait till I have more lands because when their things are dead, I can scry 2 more mana. Yes, the KW person did die. Just a very sad occurrence. You know, it does favor me to do you remove the laundry caddy mode? Yeah. Did you just feel a sudden urge to boss it? Macarena. Is the Saga the best card over Ragavan? I don't know, hard to say. It is a very good card. I play Tefari once I can pay for rebuke, which is next turn. Before next week. Cobalt in fact look like this. 4 million of the mighty, 4 glycerol, 4 ignoble, 4 of the Mont Velusure. Yeah, I mean that looks obviously worse than the regular infect to me. One Dragon Lord Atarkia, nice. 4 Summoner's Pact, whoa. What? That's kinda deep. Macarena. You should have hung, Kaniki, you should have hung. For some respect, no Emraku. Worst deck building. Get you in the hay. Giddy up, go. Okay, I'm gonna shuffle my Jace. Oh, shucks, Luke. Oh, shucks, Luke. Not better to just kill it with ending? They get more books, so they get card advantage. Although they didn't even discard the guy. But like... Spelling the word, I guess maybe spelling the word is questionable, but... It's fine. But I'm going to then like be a bit... Oh, they have Tosin then too. Abrade, yes, they put Abrade into their deck for Chalice, boarding up Chalice, it ended up being +1 card. 2-0. I need to pee. I'll be back in a few minutes. Also, remember that this stream is sponsored by Huel, a fully nutritional complete meal which comes in a form of powder that you mix with a liquid like water or milk, easy to prepare, an alternative to fast food, yada yada yada. They pay money to speak well of them, so I do. I'll be back in a few minutes. Oh. Let's 3-0. And when I say let's 3-0, I mean that I would like my mods to set away prediction for 3-0. I think this is going to be the last match we play today. So, as... It's been a decently lengthy stream. Siemano panie streamer, no witam. Witam. Na streamie MTG. My Prince IP already trophying, finished last season of 72 trophies in modern. It would be actually weird if they wouldn't trophy again. They would have suddenly stopped trophying. But yeah, I'm really a huge fan of going this turn 1 killed monster, turn 2 play Chalice. Serum Visions, is it going to be blue red? They play the bubble, so yeah. Actually quite annoying that they don't play a turn 1 monster now, because... Okay. Prowess. I guess I'll just Chalice onto... Yeah, we just Chalice. We have the Solitude to get my tempo back. If needed. I right-link board too. Okay, you do. I just have to be careful and not cast prismatic endings with X0. And not die to Storming Entireties. Yeah, take the damage, because then we can just play the Fari, bounce this, and this can be replayed because of the Chalice, so this ends up getting discarded. Strong decks with more tight access. Those are pretty different cards, so I'm not sure if you have the right to Omega Lul and our opponent. Oh. I come back and I see Canister wins. Blue-White Chalice Control best deck ever? Put out chases. Like disputes. SNP's main Y. Well, those type of cards, when they're good game ones, they're typically like much better game ones than they are in possible in the matchups. I'm not super convinced about that. Looking forward to Kind's response to this deck. Tag him. Tag him in the Discord. Make sure that he doesn't miss it. You can keep the Jaces. Can I keep? "26 lands, so odds that I draw a land are humongous every single turn. 26 lands, chat. Ooh, we can get to fetchy planes. Feels good, man. I'm gonna draw a Castle Ardenville. What lost? We lost to what the previous league? I lost to my own stupidity and a bad fortune. No, actually I lost against Affinity, which seemed kinda humongously bad. I missed the land draw number 2. They can hit the land draw, go like monomorphous entity, would like not to, but really won't. And if they do, we can draw a land. And if they don't, then we just on top of counter spell and we just win. They poured in Moon. Actually, I'll pass with the charm. Because I would like to draw 2 for the lands. Steal, potentially, yeah. Not bouncing Soulscar. They had mana open, you know, they are holding a dispute of some sort or something. And they would have a Blood Moon to punish me. It'll be a way to lose, and Teferi is actually an answer to Storming Entirety too. So maybe I should have spent this, but then this can steal this, so like I'm kind of working towards the idea of saving this. What are your thoughts on the end deck Jessica control at 5 out? I don't know what's list exactly. Maybe I play a Corley at some point, I guess. Like I could get mooned right now. Okay, no moon. I think Brainstorm is very cringe, and Jendrik swears by playing Terminus, and I think if he would drop the Terminus and would play different deck, I would play without it, and his deck would be much better. Sabo got shot, wow. Interesting. Swift Spear. Spend 300 Razor to save 300 app. I haven't actually thought about it this way, but this is so true. What would you play over Terminus? Well, I'm playing the Supreme Verdicts right now. They are very serviceable. They do what I want for them to do. They actually are kind of good. Like, many people play decks where Supreme Verdict is quite okay against them right now. Terminus is instant speed though. Is it? Is it instant speed? Instant speed would suggest that you can play it whenever you want to. But that is far from true. You get to play it when the Terminus itself allows you to be played. I wonder if it was correct to chess for 1 on 10 you played the Fairy Hero of Dominaria. I think no, I think getting to play the Fairy was just pretty game winning, right? Too. Maybe I play quick and my Esper control deck with Damns and Verdicts, lol. Maybe you will. Instead of keeping Charm up, oh. Well, I couldn't have had because the Fairy untaps the mana and the... The Fairy untaps the mana end of the neck ends, right? I mean, also at this point I just clicked buttons randomly, chat, so probably could have done it slightly better in some ways, yeah. There's Platinum of the Survey. They kept the card on top. What do they keep? What? What do they put on top? +2 to see. Iteration. Ah, makes sense. Obviously. No, I just had iteration, which is like the card you're gonna keep. Canister wins the match. Simple. And I think it could be a pretty decent deck. I think it's just, this deck is actually pretty poggers. Please finish the league tomorrow. Blood Moon would make it even more poggers. I think Blood Moon would make the second playable. If we get enough subs, we'll finish that league, yeah. Tomorrow. But please subscribe. Also check out the sponsor of my stream, Huel, and check out my articles on Hareruya. Check out my YouTube channel. YouTube article. Join my Discord. Huel article. Check out Ram Ranch by Grant MacDonald, good song. And let's find some modern players battling. Freak MTG is playing right now. Is he playing modern? LOL, playing arena. The new set. XD. And people are gonna playing the new sets. They're gonna be like, yeah. New sets are poggers, old sets are nopers. Alright. See you tomorrow.